tibay ng buto. Bakit nangyayari ito? Una, lumiliit ang spinal disc. Ang mga gel na bahagi sa pagitan ng ating mga buto sa spine ay unti-unting nauubos o naiipit. Pangalawa, nauupos ang buto, lalo na sa mga may osteoporosis o mahina ang buto. Pangatlo, ay natawag itong sarcopenia. Dahil dito, humihina ang posture at napapayukan. Pang-apat, masama o laging nakayukong postura. Habang tumatanda, marami sa atin ay o hindi tuwid ang likod pag maglakad o pag umupo. At ang huli, flat na ang paa. Oo, pati ang lumalaylay na arko ng paa ay may ambag din. Pero huwag mag-alala, dahil may magagawa pa tayo. Ano ang mga ito?
You're thinking, oh my God, what's going on with the VIX? Half of you don't even know what the VIX stands for. You're trying to figure out, okay, what do I do with my portfolio when two countries go to war and there's a massive risk of all hell breaking loose? Should I buy more?
Ano ang mga ito? Una, weight training. Kahit dumbbells lang sa bahay ay nakakatulong para mapanatili ang lakas ng kalamnan at buto. May mga pag-aaral na nagpapakita na kahit matatandang may obesity ay nababawasan ang height loss kung saan sila ay nag-ehersisyo gamit ang resistance training. Pangalawa, vitamin D at calcium. Hindi ito biro. Kung kulang ka sa vitamin D o calcium, mas mabilis mong mauubos ang bone mass mo. Uminom ng supplements kung kinakailangan, lalo na kung hindi ka madalas bumibilad sa araw. Pangatlo, ayusin ang postura o good posture. Simple lang pero malaki ang epekto. Gumawa ng stretching at posture exercises araw-araw. Subukang tumayo ng tuwid at huwag hayaang palaging nakayuko, lalo na sa cellphone. At ang panghuli, iwasan ang paninigarilyo at sobrang alak. Pareho silang nagpapahina ng buto at ng katawan. Hindi lang tangkad ang pinag-uusapan dito, kundi pati sa kalusugan. Dahil ayon sa pag-aaral, ang height loss hindi lang tungkol sa tindig. Ito ay indicator ng frailty o pagkarupok ng katawan. Mas maraming height loss, mas mataas ang risk ng pagkabali at maging sakit sa puso. Kung ayaw mong lumiit, gumalaw-galaw ka naman. Walang masama sa pagtanda, pero hindi ibig sabihin ay pababayaan na lang ang katawan. Hindi mo maiiwasan ang aging, pero pwede mong bawasan ang epekto nito. Kung gusto mong manatiling matangkad, matuwid, at malakas kahit may edad na, magbuhat, mag-vitamin D, at laging tuwid ang likod habang maaga pa.
Maraming salamat sa pag-like ng video, sa pag-subscribe, at sa pag-click ng notification button.
Mi nombre es Marta. Trabajo apoyando a una señora mayor. Durante meses nunca me daba los descansos que necesitaba y mi jornada nunca terminaba. Pensaba que por no tener papeles no podía hacer nada al respecto. Hasta que contacté a Labor League. Ellos me
Tatlong itlog, araw-araw, nakakamatay. Minsan kasama pa rin sa merienda, tanghalian at hapunan. Wait lang, di ba? Isa ang itlog sa dahilan ng heart attack at pagkamatay. Kaya panoorin ang buong video. Yes, kahit na ang mga eksperto sa pag-aaral tungkol sa puso noon ay nagsasabi na masama ang itlog at sa bagong research studies. Number 1, may good cholesterol. Yes, mataas sa cholesterol ang isang itlog. About 200 to 235 milligrams. Depende sa laki. Ang recommended total cholesterol limit araw-araw ay 300 milligrams. Pero good cholesterol ang nasa itlog. Meaning, hindi ito nauugnay sa heart disease o high blood pressure dahil ang talagang culprit na mas yung saturated fats o yung mga processed cooking oil na nag-trigger sa katawan para gumawa ng bad cholesterol. Number 2, pinababa ang triglycerides. Ang triglyceride ay uri ng taba or lipid na matatagpuan sa iyong dugo. Kapag mataas ang triglycerides sa iyong dugo, maaaring tumaas ang panganib ng sakit sa puso. Kaya safe kainin ng itlog base sa pag-aaral na healthy volunteer sa loob ng 3 linggo. Lumabas na ang pag-consume ng normal na enriched eggs ay nauugnay sa malaking pagbaba ng serum triglyceride about 16 to 18% decrease. Lumabas din sa pag-aaral na pagkain ng itlog na enriched sa omega-3 fatty acids ay epektibong paraan upang ma-reduce ang blood triglyceride. Number 3, mababa ang posibilidad na stroke. Ibig sabihin, heart healthy ang itlog. Ang mga taong kumakain ng isang itlog araw-araw ay mababa ng 18% ang panganib na magkaroon ng cardiovascular disease at 28% na mas mababa ang panganib na makaranas ng nakakamatay na hemorrhagic stroke kumpara sa mga taong hindi kumakain ng itlog. Ang egg eaters ay less nagkakasakit kaysa sa non-egg eaters nang magkaroon ng ischemic heart disease, heart attack at ischemic stroke. Ito ay ayon sa pag-aaral ng researcher na lumabas sa online journal na tawag ay Heart. Number 4, excellent diet food. Ang isang soft-boiled egg ay may 75 calories lang. Winner, kung nagbabawas ka ng timbang, loaded sa bioactive compounds, vitamins, minerals, iron, at carotenoid, gaya ng gatas. Ang itlog ay halos complete food in a shell. Pwedeng isama sa salad, palaman sa apple, bread, o kainin bilang snack. Nakakabusog kaya matagal bago gutumin. Number 5, kumpleto sa protina at quality protein pa. Ang protein ng ating katawan. Sa isang itlog, 7 grams agad ng protina ang makukuha ng katawan. Makakatulong ang protina at mahalagang amino acid ang itlog upang pababain ang blood pressure, maging malakas ang buto, ma-develop ang muscles at mabawasan ang taba. Number 6, sagana sa kulin. Ang isang itlog ay mahigit 100 milligrams ng kulin. Ang kulin ay nutrients na kailangan ng katawan upang mabuo ang cell membrane, ma-maintain ang overall health. Sa makabagong pag-aaral na ginawa ng mga sayentipiko, ang kulin ay nakakatulong upang umaba ang panganib na fatty liver disease. Conclusion, nakakamatay ba? Hindi. Pero, syempre, sa lahat ng bagay tulad ng pagkain, dapat hinay-hinay lang. 1 hanggang 2 itlog lang araw-araw. Depende pa ito kung anong kasamang pagkain. Bukod sa itlog ha, halimbawa kung fried egg at sinamahan pa ng fried bacon o butter ang itlog tapos may sausage pa, siguradong tataas ang bad cholesterol dahil sa saturated fats at mga cooking oil. Ito ang masama sa puso. Doktor, kung may iba pang health issues tulad ng high blood pressure, diabetes, mataas sa cholesterol at iba pang chronic heart disease bago kumain ng itlog. Mahilig ka ba sa itlog? May epekto na ba ito sa iyong kalusugan? Please, paki-comment po sa ibaba at huwag kalimutan na i-share itong video nito. Maraming salamat po.
How old were you when you found out you're supposed to put pineapple in the blender? Add half a cucumber, 1 carrot, the juice of 1 lemon, and a glass of water. Then blend it up for 1 minute. This will help with fatty liver, urinary infections, kidney stones, kidney problems, and it will also improve your circulation.
Guzmán, estoy aquí en Economía Tu Deuda, me han condonado una deuda de 70.000 euros.
¿Y a mí 20.000?
Y bueno, acérquense aquí porque realmente esto es ilegal.
guys. Sunday snacks. Smoothie. Watermelon. Orange. With chia. And the walnut. Patatas. Walnut.
Bacolod is a city I keep coming back to. The energy here has always been palpable and it's taking an important role in Filipino cuisine. I see it as a gateway to the whole island of Negros, where there is an exciting movement of organic farming and an heirloom ingredient revival taking root. This time around, we will be meeting and talking to individuals who are putting in the work in lifting up their local produce and serving up dishes that we can all be proud of. We are back in Bacolod. We're doing it in style this time in the Next Gen Ford territory. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I can already smell and feel all the delicious bites of food we're gonna have. So strap in and buckle up. Okay, I lied. Our first stop isn't technically in Bacolod, but it's not far. But look at this view. 7 Hectares is a grower of premium seafood with farms based in the town of Saravia, Negros Occidental. They grow some of the most sustainable and tastiest seafood you can get in the country. Hey man.
Hey, long time no see. Hey, how are you? Doing well. How are you?
Good.
You back in China? No. Same
Never
here.
again.
Ever since you entered, these ponds are all abandoned prawn ponds. So when I got married, me and my wife decided, hey, we might want to try our hand into something in farming. We were traveling in Tuscany, and then we got inspired by this farm because everything that we dined on was actually grown in that vineyard. Prosciutto, the cheese, the wine. We tried our hand into milkfish. They said, no, it's not challenging.
Yeah, and it's almost a commodity market at this
Yes.
point, right?
So we chanced upon sea bass because they consider the sea bass as a pest here. Apa. The reason why we did this is to preserve the endemic species of Negros. Because sea bass is quite prominent in this area, or barramundi. Also red snappers, or mangrove snappers as we would call them. I work with a team of marine biologists. I have finfish, I have mollusks, and I have crustaceans. The consultants. For a sea bass to reach maturity or table size, it's gonna take around 8 months. And it's natural. It's like what Mother Nature brings. What we observed is when we did bangus, why was there a sea bass? I didn't grow any sea bass. Oh, it's from the wild. Okay, so if it's from the wild,
It's thriving.
it's thriving here. There's food source here. What we did was we studied the food sources or the food element. So they have their own dietary components that we grow here. One of the major elements of the diet of the sea bass is called annelids. These are sea worms. They play a crucial role in terms of the fat content of the sea bass and the taste. Normally the ponds here in Negros, it's like this, one entire pond.
Yeah.
So what we do is we have compartments. Since they're very highly carnivorous, they eat each other. So we size them accordingly so they don't eat each other. But there's one technique so that they can coexist is you can actually put a herbivore species in a pond with a carnivore. The only thing is the herbivore has to be bigger than the carnivore.
So what's that for you? What's the big herbivore?
The bangus. Part of the ecological cycle that we actually do is we use the bangus as aerators. And they eat the algae, so they clean the ponds, and at the same time they swim around. That
Nice.
creates oxygen
Yeah.
for them to thrive on, especially for the sea bass. They're gonna make a pass, and this is how it's done traditionally. So it's not motorized.
So they just walk with it, right?
They just walk with it.
With the net.
Yeah.
So how many species do you guys have?
Snappers, we have sea bass, we have mangrove crabs,
Yeah.
razor clams, mangrove clams, horn snails.
In 2021, the World Health Organization mentioned that the level of toxins in all seafood was becoming very alarming. Now, this is especially scary because in the Philippines, we are one of the largest sea polluters in the world. I think we're number 1. Here, they do not use any artificial feeds or growth hormones, nor subscribe to any intensive farming practices that wreak havoc on farmlands and surrounding ecosystems. They believe in the long term over short-sighted profit taking, and these solutions will need to be eventually adopted at scale all around the country at one point. After touring the farm, we had to try the produce, and this is the best way to try a product, straight from the source. They started doing small lunches and events with different chefs and saw that it was the best way to show people what they were doing. People will be able to reserve and have a special 7 to 10 course meal made with what's currently in season in the ponds. Everything from blue crab to their beautiful abajo.
When I saw the menu, I was like, okay, this is very complex for an outdoor kind of setting. But in the same time, by reading through the menu, I could understand that it was really just about kind of showing respect to the ingredient and really showcasing and trying to elevate it, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool. And then when we pulled up here, I was like, oh, it's really in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you have kind of like a small kitchenette kind of tucked away or something.
It's an outdoor setup. That's why the menu is called naked course, because we don't put any additives.
Yeah.
So it's just a blend of all the natural species ingredients. Take for example the ceviche, it's just a red snapper with dried skin and the lemon. So it depends on the season and how we have it. So we go with the flow with what Mother Nature brings.
Very nice.
For the bagoongan, or corn snail, I love my escargot.
Okay.
They call it bagoongan. It's a pest here. They consider it as a pest. That's why they would throw a lot of pesticides just to kill this. This is way sweeter than your ordinary escargot because it's brackish water. The green shows you how clean the algae is, not the color actually of the algae that they consume.
Escargot really is, without butter and garlic, it really doesn't taste anything.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But here, you get a lot of that brininess, which is quite nice. And that paired with the banana heart
Yeah.
lime ginatan concoction that you
Yeah.
have here is delicious.
The coconut milk is actually from the coconut cheese. So everything that you actually taste in here is actually from the cheese.
And it's very Filipino.
Yeah.
Very Filipino flavor. Quite nice.
The one next is the Binacol sea bass. This was actually cooked in coconut water with the sea bass. Normally they serve chicken binacol. The chef then played around with it and started serving sea bass binacol. Now you can only taste the sea bass binacol here.
Very nice.
And we're the only one actually apparently serves this.
Pond fishing in the Philippines, or pond farming rather, has developed kind of like a bad rep. How is what you do here different? Because here, this case, so clean. So is it because of the technique? Is it because of what it eats?
Yes. The technique actually lies with all the elements that we actually have. You need to consider all the natural species in the environment. So what we actually do is we just complement what Mother Nature has. We compartmentalize it, we control it, and then we strike a balance.
So I was struggling at this point for space, but it was time to try the fish that started it all.
That sea bass is insane. It's meaty where it needs to be. It has just a very lightweight thing to it. It makes sense that this is kind of like the star.
Yeah.
The star
Yeah.
player.
In a world where wild fish populations are drastically disappearing due to overfishing, pollution, and rapid population growth, they want to create food security for future generations through responsible and sustainable aquaculture in a country that sits at the global center of marine biodiversity.
We don't need to import our own fish.
Yeah.
I mean, it's from shoreline. What we need to do is just produce it on our own.
It comes back to what you said at the beginning. It's appreciating what we have locally and then nurturing it where it can be made available to everyone so people can actually taste. Well, this is delicious. Thank you very much.
No,
And I like we end with something made with Criollo cacao.
Criollo cacao. It's hot fudge with burnt sabah with Criollo hot fudge.
Very nice. I feel like next time I come, I should do the full shebang.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And not working. That was a great little start to our trip. I am full of seafood, but I made sure not to eat too much. It's one of my favorite things to do when I'm in Bacolod is to eat papaya. One of the cool things about the Next Gen is this massive screen display that you get. And when you're driving in the Philippines, specifically in the province, you're always going to have really tight spots. So having that massive display that not only gives you kind of like that 3D map and picture of your car, and it even shows you when people are passing close to your car and everything, is extremely helpful. I just realized the steering wheel has kind of like a flat bottom here, which makes navigating way more fun. And we're off!
Don Colmenares is a chef who's been serving up his take on Negrense cuisine since 2018. He came up to me during an event and passionately told me about all the other Negrense dishes that I had yet to try, and I was sold. So I had to give him a call for this episode. But before we go to his place, he told me that one of his family members makes one of the best piayas in town.
This is one of the oldest piaya makers in Negros, and they still do it traditionally. It's actually my personal favorite. So it's not like the usual soft, fluffy.
Okay.
It's thin and crispy. It's still the same exact recipe. It's still the exact same taste since 1948. This is the main kitchen. This is Tito Mark Vargas.
Tito Mark. Okay. So this is your operation.
We started in 1946, just giving out to the market, later it became commercial in 1958.
I feel like there's an obsession with PIA here. Is it just something that everyone grows up eating when they're young?
It is one of the delicacies that used to be for parties, for coffee, but it was only made and eaten in the house.
So what makes a really good PIA?
Number one is the dough, because their dough, it's very simple, almost like Mexican tortilla. And the stuffing is purely also muscovado. But the essence of the muscovado is not, they don't make it from the sugar, they make it literally from almost the molasses. Each family has their own recipe. So this is a different recipe from if you go to another place.
Yeah. Can I grab one? There? Yeah. Really thin and crispy, definitely. I love how crisp and light it is. I feel like you could eat 10 and not hate your body and not hate yourself.
After. They more or less sell in a day an easy 300 packs.
Oh yeah, it's even better when it's really hot. Yeah. Some people are getting like creative, making savory piayas, which for me makes so much sense.
Yes. It's the easiest thing to fixate about, especially if you want to develop it.
It's a canvas.
You can mix your imagination with just run with it.
Awesome.
We are in a hurry because there's just so much to do, so much to eat, and so much to see. We are seeing Don later. We're going to go ahead and meet Chinchin, who's the founder of Lena. He's doing some amazing stuff with his farm called Fresh Start. That piaya just like opened up my palate. Now I'm ready to kind of chow down and eat some really good food. I first met Chinchin when we were shooting.
Emoción pura para disfrutar de cada camino. Nissan Ariya 100% eléctrico, desafiando lo establecido.
Mi súper es ahora el número uno en fruta y verdura según la preferencia general de los consumidores. La repone cada día. Una variedad y con un ahorrito rico. Melón por 1,49 kilos, ahorras un 40%. Líder, marca la diferencia.
We were shooting a salt documentary in Guimaras. Since then, we've crossed paths multiple times, and I always wondered where he got all his motivation from, because it is endless. He is the counselor for Slow Food International for Southeast Asia, an organization that works towards making sure that everyone has access to good, clean, and fair food, as well as the Arca Taste, which was created to draw attention to products that are disappearing in the world. He is a proud Negrense that wants to show the world what the island of Negros is all about and all the treasures that it has. He still supplies machinery, fertilizer, and has integrated farms, delis, and restaurants in the business.
So, I mean, we spoke briefly a while ago, and you were saying you're a produce-driven restaurant. So it's not necessarily Filipino food, obviously, but with a really strong appreciation and focus on the produce.
Basically, when we started the restaurant, we started creating the menu based on what's available on the ground in the farm. Basically, the food biodiversity of Negros, so from land to sea, and the farmers that we work with, because we work with around more than 1,000 organic farmers in the islands.
All in Negros.
All in Negros. So we've been trying to make Negros Island an organic island. So we've been doing that since 2005. So our dream is to make it the entire island organic.
In a country where agriculture is probably one of the most complicated systems with there's no right way to do it, a lot of issues. Why did you kind of decide to focus on this and that?
Yeah, because when you do organic, you utilize waste as your raw material. So we have all the natural resources, we have all the waste, we have all the biodegradable materials. So it's good also to be a tropical country because we all have these resources around us. And chemical fertilizer, actually, it's oil-based. So when prices of oil in the world market goes up, chemical fertilizer also goes up. So in that kind of agricultural system, That's why for us, it's a big failure. So not only did it destroy the environment, it made people sick, it made our farmers poor, and it did not provide its intention of feeding the world. So our goal is to really change the food system. We believe that we can actually produce our own inputs. So whatever happens outside of the Philippines, we can still have our own food, not relying on the outside. And that's the goal, is to make organic food accessible and affordable to everyone. Farmers don't want to farm anymore because the children saw their parents doing all the hard work but still end up being the poor.
Margins are very low.
So they don't want to farm anymore. But organic gives them hope because organic practices fair trade. So when we say fair trade, we partner with different organic farmers in the island. So for example, with the organic rice, before planting, the farmer already knows the price. During the organic festival back in 2006, most of the organic farmers have the same problem. Not just organic farmers, but it was happening all over the world. Farmers do all the hard work, the middlemen control the price. So we said, okay, let's create a company that consolidates all these organic products. So that's another company, Fresh Start. The goal is to provide fair prices to all these organic farmers. So we had organic rice, organic coffee, organic muscovado, organic vegetables, and then we have all this wide variety of organic produce. People started coming here. So and then we decided to create a full-blown restaurant, highlighting all the produce and making the farmers, the fishermen, the stars of the table. So that's our goal. That's why we created the line. This is the cauliflower pockets.
Okay.
So it's made with organic cauliflower from Canaon. We make the cashew dressing.
Okay.
It's a vegan dressing.
Ah, nice.
So there's no, it's only cashew and siling na buyo.
You know what I like about this? I like that maybe I'll choose it first.
No, what I was saying is what I really like about all this is it's food that looks, feels international, but it showcases that local ingredients can do so much.
Yes,
So there's this idea that local produce can only be used to make local food, which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's very, we have so much potential when it comes to food biodiversity, because when we did the biodiversity mapping, we realized that the Philippines is actually one of the richest when it comes to food biodiversity. For this one, it's cheese wheel pasta. So we make the pasta from scratch, made from malunggay, and then we use local cheese, local parmesan, and then we put curdled salt. Yeah. So this tanigi comes from the tuna route, so it's from the south of Negros. So you can also dip it in criollo cacao vinegar.
This is and this one's the crab.
This one is the blue crab salad. So it's siling na buyo sauce. The blue swimming crabs is one of the species that we wanted to take care of because it's disappearing already, because there's a lot of crabs that are still young but already being harvested. But here in Negros, there's legislation that you have to return it. You have a certain standards in fresh air. So you only work with people that do sustainability.
But these are blue crabs can't be farmed, right?
It can be farmed. It can be farmed. Yeah. Just like Duval can be farmed. It relies on a healthy water. For example, if it's pregnant, you have to return it. So farmers really practice it. And then the government gives incentives.
We ate and we spoke. He took me around their farm behind the restaurant, and we spoke more about their vision of empowering local farmers and to instill a sense of pride back into their profession and make sure that they're in the best position to break the poverty cycle and fix our general food security issues. What Chin Chin, Slow Food, the Arcates, and everyone involved are doing is extremely important for this region, but also for the country.
Cuando solo puedes jugar al fútbol contra niños, te falta algo. Cuando firmas tu primer contrato, te falta algo. Y cuando eres la mejor del mundo y quieres volver a serlo otra vez. Es curioso, siempre he sentido que me falta algo. Por eso he conseguido todo lo que me importa.
Mi súper es ahora el número 1 en fruta y verduras según la preferencia general de los consumidores. La Repones La Bahía, una variedad que con un ahorrito rico. Melón por 1,49 kilo, ahora son 40%. Líder, la referencia.
Always be aware that when you eat in diferente people's homes, you will always, or restaurants or businesses, you will always have so much food. I am absolutely stuffed, so good thing we have an hour ride all the way to Sauma Farms, which is Don's farm stay. We sleep there, we're actually keeping it tonight, which is really excited for it. But Don's a really accomplished chef. He's going to be cooking some dishes for us. Hopefully not too much. We said 1 or 2 dishes would be absolutely perfect. But this time to digest, but also talk about this beautiful next-gen port territory that I'm currently. From the outside, it doesn't look too massive, but inside it actually feels very luxurious. And there's just so much space to put lots of things, so it makes the ride so comfortable. When you're taking drives like this that are 1 hour, 2 hours, also you've got cruise control. So it just feels like a very modern vehicle, especially with this massive dashboard that you have in front of you. It's just been a breeze so far to drive. If you are interested, we're going to have an episode 2 of this series where we're going to drive up all the way to Capiz. So Rojas City and Capiz, which is known for their seafood. So we'll be taking these cars on the Roro and taking a 3-hour drive up north on that side of the island. It should be really exciting.
Sauma is located in the farm that Don grew up in, and it is the perfect setting to try and understand the Ignace food, right next to where most of the produce grows. Don now accepts reservations for private meals and will leave you in awe of the local food culture, the produce, and just the exciting energy that this new wave of Filipino food has behind it. We found Don hard at work preparing darag, a chicken which is native to Panay, Guimaras, and Negros.
So we're doing a Negrense classic. It's called Papisik. So this is the native darag chicken of the island of Panay and the island of Negros. And what we're going to do is going to stuff it with onion and then luya, tanglad, lemongrass, and libas. In Negros, it grows everywhere. Like literally everywhere. Kahit you don't go to a forested area. Ito yung hinarvestan namin sa bahay lang ni Pa Joel. Libas is a souring agent for a lot of dishes that need heat. Kasi yung pagka-sour niya, lalabas when heat is introduced to the ingredient. So now, he rubbed the rag in some salt, and what he's going to do is, ibubuhos siya yung asin sa loob. So, we're going to line the bottom of the caldero with a lot of salt, because papisik is cooked in salt. This recipe is one of the most old school recipes that we have in the Negrense culture. It's one of the most native ways of cooking this recipe kasi this is the only way you can cook it. Wala nang iba. This is an heirloom recipe that kami personally, we have every week. So after 2 hours, we check the chicken and along the way, we just rotated it. And then now we see that the meat is coming off the bones. So this is yung ensalada ng puso ng saging. Pero around this side of Negros, what we do is hindi namin niluluto yung banana blossoms sa gata. Simple lang, just blanch it with water and salt. After ice bath, we shred it. We're mostly using is ginger, onion, tomatoes, chili, bell pepper, calamansi or dalandan, whatever you have, and burnt gata. So pag linuto siya sa open flame, you get a smoky taste. This is a bit more of a modern twist na to the ensalada. So most of the times, Negrense cuisine is very straightforward, family recipe. But a lot of the recipes are passed down from ancestors to ancestors. The majority of the people here in Negros are workers who work in the fields. So most of the time, the food is very simple. Okay, so what we're going to do now is another very classic Negrense dish. It's called ginaan na langka and munggo. What we're going to do is we're going to pair it with lampo. The shell is used for decoration. What they do is they punch it out of the fire. The moment they punch it out, this is where they're going to use to the embroidery design. It's simple as like how you do sa normal scallop. So you have the round side, concave side, and then the flat side. So you take your knife and then you cut the flat side with, to remove the bumpers. And you finish. And then, so this is the meat of the lampero. So we can actually utilize the entire thing, except this black side. So the lampero is a replacement for shrimp.
Okay.
What you try and do is figure out what you can use.
So your idea is not to kind of completely change the DNA of the dish, but to hyper localize it where it makes sense. So as Filipinos, we tend to be very kind of like ingredient dish specific,
Yes.
where you can only use this ingredient for this type of dish. Yeah.
Not too many people eat it, and then the way that they would eat it is they would just grill it.
Yeah.
So this is another version of a dish that can open the eyes. Different.
Right.
You would add the chicharron just to give it a bit of texture.
Awesome. Let's sit down.
Yes.
I say it was a long, fruitful day, so we did down to dinner, I think, but nothing permanent.
Yeah.
You were kind of still thinking about the idea.
Yeah.
And everything like that. What made you say, let's do it?
We were fixing everything up. The previous menu we did, we just revisited it, presented it in a different way, and that's where it all started.
And the setting here, I mean, for you, it's a very intimate setting. This is a family farmhouse.
Yes.
And your idea is to have people come to dinner here. Eventually, people can stay here. It's a very Filipino thing to invite people to
Yes.
house. Right? So when people come here, what's kind of the experience they want to give them in terms of the food and the hospitality?
What we essentially want is to give our guests the Hacienda life, the Hacienda experience. I know it sounds so pretentious, but it's what we want to show in a way that it is more culturally accepted. Because you have the nation that is Lando, you have the nation that is very pompous and everything, but we want to be very welcome. With that is also we want to promote Negrense culture, ingredients that we literally only find on the island. This is really something that we do here in Negros. What we do is literally it's almost like a kilo.
Yeah.
So we just blanch the banana blossoms.
Yeah, I like the heat that's in here. I mean, typically like instead of chunks of red onions,
Yeah.
this was exactly massive in flavor.
And
One
texture too.
in texture, one is considered kind of like traditional, like it's okay, you can chunk it out.
Yeah.
What's your take on Negrense food?
The moment that you give a little bit more effort to the dish, it gives a level up to it. We can play around with the food without losing the essence of the food. For this, like langka, typically it's shrimp. If shrimp isn't available, use lampero. You can surprisingly use octopus if you like, but the essence is still there.
You got the pork fat, the taste, with the coconut, obviously.
Yes.
I like that interplay of tamarind,
Yes.
citric acid, and the black wine. It's like different levels of acidity all coming together nicely. 100%. It still feels very Filipino, something you don't need. But you don't want to use words like elevate or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it's more of just thoughtful.
Yes.
It's
That is
really thinking about the dish and saying what makes this Filipino to our palate, and how can I apply my knowledge and my skill set, the ingredients that maybe a lot of people don't have access to, or a lot of ingredients that maybe people don't know that you want to try to recreate.
So honestly, with this, use your hands.
Okay, so this is what I
Yeah, you just take off the piece.
famous species, and then this is your steak homemade.
Yeah, this is our homemade achara. Always, the must combination when you have papisik. The reason for it is that it is so savory because of the chicken being just the naked everyday chicken. It works so hard, but it's so flavorful. With the moment you add salt, our ingredients, the aromat, you need something to cut the richness of the natural spice. With the papisik, it's because we want to show how rustic it is. So there are days or there are events that we do that we serve people with family size.
Because I think it feels like a very farm dish.
Yes,
It
it's
makes
great.
me feel like I'm wearing cowboy boots. I don't know if it's the tightening of the skin, but it kind of reminds me of a duck confit.
Yeah.
Almost,
Yeah.
right? I feel like the food that we saw today, kind of like the story that you guys are weaving, shows a lot of pride, but shows a lot of kind of youth and creativity, which I feel the younger generation, as they kind of fighting myself, just 37, chill. I feel that that's something that people will appreciate more. That was a big day, but what an amazing experience in terms of just experiencing everything here with a different perspective of what I know Bacolod to be. Tomorrow morning, we're gonna wake up at 5 a.m. I think without any glitch or problem. That's pretty much it. That's the end of day one. It was a big day. I'm extremely full, and I'm ready for bed. Mark? Mark?
iguales, pero solo en Lidl encuentras productos premiados, valorados por su calidad y reconocidos por los expertos más exigentes en los certámenes más prestigiosos.
¿Premiado y este precio?
Claro, porque no eres el super número uno en precios según los consumidores. Descubre una gran variedad de productos premiados al mejor precio, porque no todos los productos son iguales. Lidl.
Asawa ni Ann Cortez! Asawa ni Ann Cortez! Asawa ni Ann Cortez na oh!
Secret's out.
Marilyn, Juan!
Just telling everyone.
Asawa ni Ann Cortez!
We just wrapped up our Bacolod and Negros Occidental shoot where we met some of the city's tastemakers, listened to their stories, and savored the best of Negrense food. Today we will be making our way through Iloilo to drive towards Capiz. This is my first time here, and I can't wait to learn a little bit more about this province. But first, I've always preferred driving myself and the team around whenever we travel to different places. For this trip, we have Ford Negros to thank for lending us such a sleek ride to take us around the island.
Backing up into Ororo in the Philippines is always an experience. These guys pack these boats to the brim, so the parking assist on the next gen Ford territory is super useful just in terms of making sure that my wheel straight or left or right. So we're currently loaded up onto the Montenegro line Roro. It should take about an hour and a half to reach Iloilo, and then we can do the long drive up to Capiz. Super excited. I've never been there. It's a brand new location for me in the Philippines, and I always heard amazing stuff about the food there.
Roa City is found in the province of Capiz, a bustling trading hub during the Spanish colonial period, which may explain why it became the second Spanish settlement after Cebu. Today, it's mostly touted as the seafood capital of the Philippines, mainly due to its 80-kilometer coastline facing the seafood-rich Sibuyan Sea, as well as the Panay River, which allows a bountiful harvest of various marine species. But aside from the seafood fare that is usually talked about, we were after some of the heirloom dishes and eateries that the locals love to eat.
Alright, we have finally arrived in Iloilo. Now an hour and a half, and we will finally be in Rojas. Let's do it.
On our way in, we heard lots of people making the drive from Iloilo to Capiz or further out to Boracay, stop at Pednor's Kandigan and Manokan. Pednor's is famous for their native mutton or kambing dishes and fried chicken, and I definitely want to try both.
Grab a bottle of vinegar sumac and tons of chilies. This place is starting to get full, and I heard they're known for their goats, but their chicken gets really rave reviews as well. So we're currently past the city of Pasig, which is at the border of Iloilo. And Capiz is kind of a very busy, transient route. It's extremely difficult to make these tender, but what makes native chicken so sought after is just a deeper, fuller flavor. Now, whether or not there's a specific species of native chicken, that's to be discussed. So native chicken around the Philippines, it's kind of like a broader umbrella term, so it differs from province to province. But it's usually definitely like this, where it's a bit chewier, tighter skin, but lots of flavor. This is their caldereta. It does not look like the calderetas that I've made. Thicker, gravy-like consistency, yet it's very kind of like liquidy. The goat is really tender. The sauce has a nice kind of like peppery bite to it. It's not cloyingly gamey. A little hint of acidity at the end. I'm not too sure where that comes from. It could be calamansi, but that's tasty. I like that. Yummy. We have their soup. They called it a goat sinigang. In my head, this is not a sinigang in terms of the elements that you find in the sinigang. This is really just meat and broth. They probably call it sinigang because it's probably a sour broth. Let's try that. Yeah, so it's slightly sour, but not overly so. And then there's some puso in there also, or some banana heart. There's some skin, some meat, some cartilage. After polishing this off, we're going to start exploring this beautiful province. Since we were in Quartero, we were invited by the Provincial Tourism Office to visit the Capiz Ecology Park and Cultural Village, built to preserve living traditions of the many indigenous people who make this their home. The village features several ethnic houses in a natural setting. Each house is set to showcase the day-to-day lives and traditions of the IP communities, including their cooking.
Magdidimo po tayo ng pinakol na manok sa pasok na may malawmaw po. Unahin po natin yung ipasok sa loob na yung dahon ng ng malawmaw. Tapos yung manok po, lagyan natin sa loob ng sibuyas, bawang, luya, asin po. Saka yung malawmaw po na natin sa dito. Yung tanglad po, pasok na natin dito. Tapos ipapasok natin po sa patok yung manok. Pasabaw natin po tubig ng tubig po. Tatakpan natin. Lulutuin po natin sa apoy po ng 1 hour. Pinako natin manok.
Not that I'm hungry again, but this is literally 10 minutes away from our last stop. Usually, obviously, they do this with tours, which is great for kind of like students or younger kids. And it's just kind of a good like little break if you're driving along this route to stop here and kind of be surrounded by nature. So we have a couple of Capislan delicacies in front of me. Some of them, obviously, that you find throughout the Western Visayas. So let's taste some of it. So we have the binacol here, which is probably one of my favorite soups in the Philippines. Oh, it's nice and tender. It's just such a simple flavor profile. It's always really kind of nutritious. The coconut water with the souring leaves and agents in there, always really good. Our baklay, which are our bamboo shoots. So they try to cook both with ingredients that they have in this actual hyperlocality, but also in the larger province of Capiz. It's not necessarily something easy to have in Manila. It has kind of really strong flavors of stir fries and stuff like that, but bamboo shoots just have a nice texture to them. Don't necessarily have much flavor, so they're like vehicles of flavor. The garlic, the onions, everything that you put in there gets absorbed in the bamboo shoot. It has a nice sweetness to it too.
Ali ang iya mga lakot. Isda, ugot sa bayabas, sibuyas, luya, ahos kag asin.
The most surprising bite I had was this pinamalahan na isda sa upos bayabas. The guava leaf shoots, which I've never tried, lend a fresh and tart aroma which pairs perfectly with vinegar. It's cooked down until almost dry, which is a nice touch compared to the soupier versions of paksiw that we know. It's like a half-dried fish, so you have that kind of funk that you expect from a dried fish, but without too much of that saltiness. We also tried their grilled catfish, which is a staple. You usually see these standing up over coals, a slow grilling technique that allows all the fat within to seep through the meat. Next, I'm going to try our catfish with casado leaves. Everything here has some familiarity to me, except for this. I've never seen it kind of chopped this small and then served with pieces of catfish right inside of it, so that's actually quite interesting. Okay. So you kind of have that very distinct flavor that it brings, almost like a over-steeped tea. And that is probably for me the mark of casado leaves, and that with really chunky pieces of beautifully, this is perfectly cooked catfish. Very soulful dish. After a savory food sampling, we walked further down the track, where freshly roasted and brewed local coffee was being served with some kapanin. There's one thing I'm really trying to push for and trying to get people to do within their communities, and that's the idea of farming test sites. So basically dedicating an area of land for barangay municipality and making sure that you plant each endemic fruit and vegetable that is naturally found in the environment and planted there as a test site for people to learn about what is possible in terms of agriculture in that direct area. And that just helps kind of preserve the knowledge, the plants, the species, all the edible varieties of fruits and vegetables that we have within that locality. It just kind of started that, but more on the cultural aspect. It's a great snapshot of all that. So we have some coffee here, which was roasted right beside me. Every province has kind of like their own version of Lupak, so let's try this out. It's quite nice. I feel like a lot of modern versions of Lupak have like powdered milk, condensed milk, and stuff like that. This one still feels very natural. We have the Inday, glutinous rice balls in coconut shreds cooked in muscovado sugar. This looks so good. It's almost like bilo. It's so nice, and not extremely sweet, which is quite nice. And then our bicho here, main difference, sugar is dried out and kind of really caramelized. That could possibly be one of my favorites. You can taste that the sugar has been fried, lots of oil, which makes everything better all the time. And a beautiful kind of spongy, glutinous texture to the rice ball. And it's funny that we're ending with kakanin because we're doing something really special after this, something I've been wanting to feature for a long time. We're gonna go taste the Kapisinon Puso, which is in Panay. I'm gonna finish my coffee and then we're gonna hit the road.
Mira, Elisa Luke, me encanta este consejo.
No va nada conmigo. ¡A por él!
Eso es carácter. ¿En serio?
Para nada.
Que sí. ¡No! Vale, me gusta. Así es. Que busque o no. Mi señor.
No todos los productos son iguales, pero solo en Lidl encuentras productos premiados, valorados por su calidad y reconocidos por los expertos más exigentes en los certámenes más prestigiosos.
¿Premiar a este precio?
Claro, porque eres el super número uno en precios según los consumidores. Descubre una gran variedad de productos premiados al mejor precio, porque no todos los productos son iguales. Lidl.
We have a quick hour to go. This is day 2, driving the new next-gen Ford Territory. When you're inside, you have so much space. I'm not a tall guy, like I'm 6 foot. No, I'm 5'10" and a half. That's the truth. But it feels extremely comfortable. I have so much space here, but if you look at the back also, it is very comfortable. You can extend your legs fully and drive really comfortably. You have this massive, beautiful digital panel in front of you that gives you all the information you need about the car, the systems, from music to your location, your maps through Android Auto, which is such a dream, connects absolutely perfectly. What I love specifically about this model is that you get so much storage space absolutely everywhere. You can kind of find a nook for everything, so it still looks really clean and organized. You know, we've had fun kind of pushing down on the gas and accelerating, and it's been really nice and very comfortably no shake that you don't even realize that you are driving that fast. And not only that, this is a drive all the way from Iloilo up to Rocasin, so you're passing a lot of really tight areas. So things like parking assist, all the 3D cameras that you get are extremely helpful. It is a car that's perfectly suited not only for your cities, but also kind of these road trips and kind of do food tours like what we're doing right now. So it's been the perfect tool exploring this new province so far.
If there's anything I love more than seeing the traditional process of harvesting heirloom ingredients, it's finding someone who uses that ingredient in a traditional recipe and learning from them.
I know we're in the right place because puso is cooked in tuba. And walking through here, I see a lot of palm. And where palm is in the Philippines, it's a coconut tree. You know there's some type of tuba happening. And for these ones as well, because this is the tuba that's going to be used to cook the kakanin that we're going to go visit now. And I can actually smell it already. This is what you call nipa palms. You can tell from the fruit is here. And they have a very distinct smell and shape.
They cut the tree stalks, basically. That's where palm trees come out.
This, if you drink this as is, it's kind of like a sweetish liquid and not necessarily alcoholic. But because this takes so long, as the day goes on, it starts fermenting a little bit. It gets slightly alcoholic, and then they put it in kind of like these storage containers. When it's there and closed, it ferments even further. So this is the main ingredient.
Just a few minutes away from where the nipa palms grow, we found Nanay Teresita Beri, a local puso maker. The Cafislan version made by Nanay is more like a sweet sticky rice cake, slowly cooked in a nipa sap and wrapped in intricately woven palm leaves, locally known as balakbang. This not only serves as a sustainable packaging option, but also adds a subtle, complex flavor to the delicacy. I met the children in Nanay's family, and they taught me how to make the woven pouches for the puso. These come in two forms, pointed for males and round for females.
I'm already losing patience. Okay, wait. Okay. Take kayo muna. Okay, done. Okay, so it's really sturdy. And then tapos yung rice. Tapos lang ito. May alcohol na to. Wala pa. This morning lang. Ng previous batches. Mga how many minutes? 5 hours? Okay. Oh wow, 5 hours. So here you're using pure tuba that was harvested in the morning, so non-alcoholic. You're boiling that for hours and hours and hours with the rice. The rice acts as a starch. The starch leaks out of the puso. It can be liquid, but at the same time there's a caramelization of the natural sugars that are in tuba. So you get this beautiful like, caramel-like texture. If you have been to Cebu, obviously you've probably heard of puso. But for you, it's steamed piece of rice that's used for puso buwa. It's used for different dishes and stuff like that. Here, it's considered kakanin. So same word, very different dish and very different use case, obviously. I think what I really like about this is the simplicity of the recipe. It's literally glutinous rice, the tamis, the nipa palm juice, plus the leaves that they use to cook it, which obviously adds a little bit of flavor. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but I'm just going to press it and eat it. It's sticky. I thought that was going to be way sweeter than that. I tasted the syrup and it was like molasses with like a lot of iron flavors, which is quite nice. This was taken this morning. So the liquid of the nipa palm is still very much sweet. You can feel that it's turning, so that it's already starting to ferment. One day it's called tamis, 2 to 3 days called tuba. Tuba usually kind of says that there is alcohol already. Honestly, I feel that has alcohol already, even though it was taken this morning. And then if you wait 5 days, all those sugars are kind of eaten up, all that alcohol is eaten up, and eventually you get vinegar. So this is the cooking liquid that I had a while ago. So kind of like a caramel. What I love about that, it just has so much acidity in it. It's sticky, it's sweet, it's acidic. You can really tell that it's been cooked for a long, long time. So kakanins like this really make me happy because they're steeped in tradition, but more importantly, they depend on a very natural product that's endemic to the country. And for it to be done well, it has to be done with patience. Yummy. I'm happy now. We'll take a small little break, and then we're going to go ahead and continue our trip and drive up all the way to Roa City, where we're going to sleep tonight.
Mira, el Nissan Juke. Me encanta este coche.
No va nada conmigo. ¡A por él!
Eso es carácter. ¡Qué diseño!
Para nada.
Que sí, que sí. ¡No! Vale, me gusta. Así es. ¿Te guste o no? Nissan Juke.
Mi súper es ahora el número 1 en fruta y verduras según la preferencia general de los consumidores. La repone cada día. Una variedad y con un ahorrito rico, rico.
Melón por 1,49 kilos.
It is 5:30 in the morning, and we are in Barangay Libas and pulling up to their morning baksakan, their fish market. Rojas City is known as kind of the seafood capital of the Philippines, and we're gonna go check out what's on display just to have a good idea of what they're catching over here.
At the Libas Fish Port, we met Leah, a fish trader who takes us on a quick tour to check the freshest catch of the day.
Morning. Hello, nice to meet you.
Lahat ng isda, galing ng Masbate, lahat dito, din nakabagsak.
And ano po yung may pinakamahal?
Isugo, depende sa klase ng isda. Walking na dahil doon, asawa ni Ann Cortez. Asawa ni Ann Cortez na asawa ni Ann Cortez.
Secrets out.
Karin, one.
Just telling everyone.
Dagol.
Dagol, yeah. Okay.
Asawa ni Ann Cortez.
The fish market was a hub of activity, and there were different varieties of fish coming from the Sibuyan Sea and further out around Masbate. We spoke to a local fishing boat, which just came in, and we're told that nowadays they have to go further out into sea for the larger catches, and since only smaller boats are allowed to fish closer to the land.
Medyo okay man. Dumatay mga 11. Malapit sa Sibuyan Sea, Romblon. Kasi medyo hinuhuli dito sa malapit. Kaya doon kami sa malayo pumupunta. Mga 4 hours. Yung ano pa, sari-sari lang. Liwit. At saka lapu-lapu, bisugo, at saka yung karaho, at saka yung mataan. Ilan to nilada, madalas? Kunti man lang, mga half. Stick fish yan.
Stick fish. Masarap yan. Prito.
Ibigay ko sa iyo yan. Ang nanguhuli ng isda dito ay yung mga maliliit na bangka. Yung mga lalaki doon na po sa malayo. Katulad po ng Palawan.
Many of the seafood varieties that this is known for and the larger fish are exported out around the country where they sometimes find themselves shipped to foreign lands. Locally, you can feast on all of them either simply grilled or made in tinola or ginabaan style. We took a side trip to observe a different kind of fishing method practiced by the locals called surambao. Surambao is a large fishing implement constructed from bamboo and nets made for catching batches of fish. It's quite a sight. Commonly used by fisherfolk around the barangays in Rojas, it is commonly found in rivers and brackish waters. The sustainable mechanism is quite ingenious, using a lever system to drop in the net and bring it back up.
So, kamusta ang surambao? Okay naman? Ayos naman, tama lang nga. Wala, hindi naman sobra eh. Pag sobra yan, iyabang naman nila. Tama lang. Minsan marami, kung minsan wala naman. Swerte nga. Depende sa dagat, sa tubig. Halimbawa, pag sampol ang tubig mataas, high tide, doon maganda mga isda. Mas maganda pa high tide. Wala dito. Simple lang. Tama naman. Gawin niya lang. Atak. Gano'n lang. Walang gasolina, walang van. Simpleng pangisda na nga. Buhay tayo hakak tayo diyan. Ganyan natin pamumuhay. Pag may pangulang na, ayos na. Ayos naman basta buhay.
I heard that one of the best places to eat, especially where a lot of the locals go, is Mang Inaso, and it's actually inside the trade center for their market. We haven't eaten yet, and I'm pretty excited for this one. Saan po yung Mang Inaso? Dito? Okay, salamat. Thank you.
at markets because it's indicative of what people enjoy eating in a certain locality, but also kind of the potential of the ingredients that you have. Going to the market and going to the fish port earlier today, we can already see kind of like the based opportunities and potential that the cuisine in Ross City particularly. You guys can see it, but we are surrounded by people taking pictures of me. It's always a little awkward to eat in front of literally 100 people. Huh? No. Now you know. Crispy crab legs, as simple as it gets, deep fried, beautiful. This is blue marlin, one of my favorite fish. The food here is extremely simple, but as long as it's done right and as long as the produce is fresh, then that's the beauty of it, right? Wow, that blue marlin is good. Cinema. Blue marlin is so well cooked. I mean, when it comes to port cities like this, lots of seafood, lots of fishermen, you don't actually expect crazy complicated food. In most places in the Philippines, when you talk about tinola, it's the chicken, but when it's a big seafood community, tinola is probably one of the most common things that are cooked on bangkas. When these people are out for 3 or 4 days kind of catching the fish, tinola is very easy because it's just ginger, and then you kind of cook down things. And here, it's a huge fish head. You get all that collagen, you get the eyeballs and everything. That adds so much flavor to the overall broth. I believe this is bihon, and that has a ton of nutrients and flavor. And they added a souring ingredient to it. There is some tomatoes in there, obviously, so that doesn't give you much sourness, but there's some buttwine in there. That just goes to show, when people say, you know, oh, tinola should be done this way or that way, 100% you are wrong. There is no one way of making it. There's an understanding what the base ingredients should be, but every province will have their own way of making it. That was delicious. I really like that. Let's move on to our catfish. What I like about how they cook catfish in general, it's not kind of like directly on heat. Sometimes they kind of have it at vertical spits. So similar to how you cook meat in a parrillada or in a steca in Argentina. And that kind of slow cooks it, keeps things a bit more moist, but also just generates a lot of smokiness to the fish. Again, oh, that's good. The gelatinous kind of texture retained because of how it's slow cooked, but it's completely cooked through. That's probably one of the best things I've eaten in a while. It's almost like in France we have a dish called sauterelle, which is like French sole. Extremely buttery flavor. That's exactly what that tastes like. Seriously, that's one of the best bites of food I've had in a very, very long time. Pusa saging, kind of like enchilada. It says coconut milk and some ginger, obviously. Nice chili bite also. You don't have that hairiness of the bamboo that you get sometimes. That's delicious. Last but not least, you know, I haven't ever had this kind of fish used for quinoa. I do remember my mom cooking this when she would make boquerones con preserving this in olive oil. So let's try it as quinoa. Yeah, very clean, zero fish flavor. That's just a great kind of like carrier to the overall flavor here. Not as sweet, kind of like the quinoa you have in Mindanao. Not as aromatic like the one you have in with Biasom or the one you get that has like lumon and stuff like that. It's very kind of straightforward white vinegar, ginger, lots of ginger, and lots of sharpness to the onions. But the fish carries it really well. It's very kind of like bright and thick. I am 100% happy with this one.
while we were walking, we saw from afar this shop calling us, kind of like a God-given gift. Like, very good idea, because I've been craving for some inasal, inato, or some ihaw, however you call it. Start with the niempo. Chicken oil on the rice. Smart. Smart. The wise words of Juju Mao, oh baby. That is nice and soft. Mmm. Not too sour. Nice. Perfectly cooked. And grilled. When you're around these areas, especially when it comes to inasal, always ask if their chicken is cooked fresh. I've had bad experiences where it's pre-cooked, then frozen, then grilled again. And that's what it is. Fries it up. This is really moist. I think the food in Rojas, the food is to be very honest. The seafood is really good. But the pasta will never fail you. That with upote is a perfect medley. Two things in the Philippines that you need to know about when you're traveling. This is not only to wash your ass, it's also to wash your car. So if there's soap in here, and usually when you fry, there's two choices of car washes. Some that you have treatment washes, others with slot machines, just like white fire washes. That's super quick to crucify that, but then you get some jet spray water. And you can clean this baby because the next Jetport territory has been so good to us. He is absolutely dirty. You watch the green? Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. How much time does this buy you?
Driving around the western Visayas on the new Gen 4 territory titanium and experiencing what the island has to offer felt like being rocked and embraced by gentle people, rich culture, and straightforward cuisine. It's like being with someone pure and honest, and who's affectionate in the littlest of ways without the pretense of grand gestures. We didn't have much time to spend on this northern coast, but it has definitely opened up my appetite for what the region has to offer, and I can't wait to come back and dig deeper into the local dishes and ingredients that they treasure.
This new series is about ticking things off my bucket list that I haven't been able to do yet. In this particular episode, I want to drive a car in the sand dunes in Ilocos Norte. I want to explore Vigan and try some of the best empanadas that that city has to offer. Finally, I want to come to Abra, which I've never been to before, except right now. And I want to visit the Apao Rolling Hills, as well as visit one of the most unique waterfalls in the Philippines. Should be a good one.
Go round and round, round and round, round and round, all over Ilocos. So we've been to Lawag a few times, but I haven't seen the cars that we're taking yet. So I'm really excited to see what they look like. This should be a really fun trip. Got the boys together, out for some adventure. Don't really have a plan. See what goes. So clear something out. How do you parking lot? You know? We're going to be spending 2 days. We are driving all the way back down to Manila later, and this is going to be my steer of choice. Wow. I'm the only one that's allowed to drive this one. I love this.
We did a whole season of episodes on Ilocos Norte, and if you haven't visited yet, it's an amazing province with such great activities to be had, from surfing to mountaineering, and to try their distinct style of Filipino food. We're using it today as a gateway to Ilocos Sur and Abra. However, there are always a few stops that I like to make when I'm in the area. Driving further south, you can stop by Batat for their deliciously famous Ilocos empanadas.
You know what I love? It feels so physical. Like I feel like it. You know what I mean? Some cars feel like they would break. I feel like I would. Like this car would break me. Whoa!
This area of Hawaii is also known for their sand dunes. Usually you would take a tour and they will take you in these huge top-down Japanese 4x4s. From there you can go for an exhilarating ride through the dunes and even go sandboarding. But since we brought our own car that was made for this type of terrain, we wanted to drive it ourselves. You get a high-performance off-road stability suspension system with position-sensitive Bilstein shock absorbers, meaning that you practically don't feel anything in the front and, more importantly, at the back. That, coupled with GOAT mode, any terrain is just another road from sand to trails to rocks and mud flats. A simple turn of the dial will automatically choose the right drive mode and the right setup for any terrain.
You heard Mad Max? Okay. Wow, man. Right. Oh, look down. Oh my God. Wow. It feels so steady, like you're not really scared of kind of going all out, which is pretty cool.
Mga nagsasabi na masarap yung trabaho namin dito. Well, actually, masarap. Yung nagsasabi na naglalaro lang tayo. Hindi totoo yun. Mahirap din. Sige, Kevin. Yan.
Oh my God. That was so much fun. I have never driven on sand dunes like this, and with the Bronco, it was just such an epic ride. I think I have sand all over. This was the first time doing it in a vehicle that I was driving by myself, and it just changes the experience completely. And control, but there's also still a little bit of fear and a little bit of danger there. And this has literally been one of my bucket list things to do, and I'm so happy that I was able to do it. It's now 10 a.m. We still have a lot of ground to cover today, and I'm starting to develop a hunger. So hopefully we can find some really good food along the way. I'm gonna try to catch a cow. Yo, so what's up?
If you're passing through for the first time, it's always a good idea to visit the church and stop for some coffee, and continuing down the main highway, you need to stop for my favorite kakanin in the area, Tubig.
I came here last time I was in Ilocos Norte when we did our season here 2 years ago and loved it so much. They allowed me to go inside. Their whole operation is so dope. Using fresh wood, so you get a lot of smokiness from this particular kakanin, where that is so key. So we were in the area, we were going down towards Vigan, and thought it would be the perfect place for a little merienda before we eat anything saltier in Vigan. So I had a cassava cake last time. This time I'm just gonna have the Tubig and have the boys try it because they never did. I sat in the exact same place 2 years ago, and I haven't had Tubig since then. It is something obviously you can get in other provinces, but this one really left just a lingering, beautiful flavor in my mouth, and just anchored that memory of what it should taste like. It's very hard once you try that to try anything else. Still warm. I love how small these are. Look how key that is. Burnt crust, really kind of nice and charred. Such a beautiful, comforting flavor. It's not overly cloyingly sweet. Perfect little thing to open up my appetite for the rest of the delicious bites that we're gonna have. You need to try it. Sarap na. Prima. Good. Nag-imot na ito eh. Oh, ang cute.
This is how does the taste test. He breaks the stuff.
And cut.
Isang pizza corn.
What do you want? Get the garlic and the barbecue. Isang garlic, isang barbecue. Tapos dalawang okay. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your car ride.
Vegan.
Thank you.
Hindi tayo magla-lunch.
It's your lunch, please. You guys open that pizza farm? Can I try some? I feel like this is a very Mon snack. This is very Ilocano food, right? Mmm.
Founded in the 16th century, Vigan stands as the most well-preserved example of a planned Spanish colonial town in Asia. Its architecture showcases a blend of cultural influences from the Philippines, China, and Europe, creating a unique culture townscape unmatched anywhere in the region. The town is also known for the famous empanadas, but more on that later. We wanted to stop by a carinderia that the locals vouched for.
Ano yung specialty niya dito, Miss? Yeah. I have no money. Harold. Sorry, Bob. I need cash. Do you have cash? Because we're gonna make it happen. No, we're good. Just right. This for me is really just kind of like a new exploration of something that I haven't really visited in a long, long time, or really kind of had in my radar. So it's nice to kind of be in these places that, yeah, aren't touristy, but sometimes it's nice to do things that are touristic. And I think that's the beauty of road trips, is you get to stop wherever you want. We were not supposed to do Vigan. We were supposed to stop in Cabugao, but unfortunately the swell wasn't with us this time. So a lot of people, specifically
specifically when you talk about West Coast surfing, you talk about San Juan and Cagayan, and you talk about Tugwood further up north. But people forget that this area around Vegan has some surfing spots too, specifically when you go out with your bangka onto the island. And we were supposed to do that. Unfortunately, didn't happen. Let's start with the sweet adobo. I was expecting some raw, but no, it tastes like adobo. Maybe with some tomato in there. Shoot. Pinagatan. Sometimes people mistake it for sisig. It's not. It can be a grilled or fried version, usually with some brains or some mayonnaise in there. Much heavier than sisig. But it still has that kind of like acidic bite. Overlanding, road tripping, all these things are still fairly kind of new in this country. So it's still the perfect time to get into it. Because you're going to be one of the few on the road, especially when you do it like we do it during the weekdays. There's no traffic. There's not a lot of people kind of visiting these sites. We drove past the famous street here, and it was fairly empty. That's why it's much better if you can to kind of use those days off during the weekdays versus the weekends. Try to get out of here. Tasty food. And I'm always happy in a really solid, well done carne. Hope there's been 8 now. And then we're going to proceed to our top 10 best foods for vegan. We're probably going to need 2. Mira, el Nissan Juke me encanta este coche.
No va nada conmigo. ¡A por él!
Eso es carácter.
Para nada.
Que sí. No. Así es. ¿Te guste o no? Nissan Juke. So after you go through the traffic and everything, you still have a beautiful city center to see with lots of heritage buildings. And I love how colorful it is, yet retains a lot of that colonial old school charm that a lot of people might say kind of a very combative past, but it is very much part of our culture, and it's absolutely gorgeous. So we're just going to walk around and then eventually find an empanada to eat. So there was a sign that said Irene's Empanada on Calle Crisologo. I thought that was the place to go, but this is the original. Obviously, there are tons of other options, but this one in particular has been around since the 1930s. Let's try it. It's a fresh batch going to the right now. Hi, Bob.
Ilocos empanadas catch your eye with their orange color, and dough-wise, they are quite similar to the vegan ones. The first I find crispier, the latter is flakier. However, the filling is where the differences are made. Vegans usually uses cabbage over papaya, even though we've heard of places mixing both at times. For me, the main difference is the longanisa. The vegan one has a stronger garlic and vinegar flavor, but both are delicious.
You know, it's a good time if you feel like we need to go to the other one I've heard a lot about. So I think after this we should go to Sion, try their empanadas as well, but also to buy like a bunch of like sukang iloko and stuff like that. All the good classic. So I got bagnet.
Ari ko nakakalusot nga. Ari ko masakit. Ari.
It's crunchy.
Yun o.
Some of the one we tried.
Kanina.
Flavor wise, it's super nice and delicate. Not too oily. The fattiness from the bagnet really comes through. There's not as many as the one I tried before.
Eh, di gumawa ako smoothie.
The nice little differences here.
Smoothie.
Still a beautiful life. And for 5D,
Ano ba ito pala
loving
yung
this one.
camera?
Yeah.
Teka lang, Kikay.
Oh, it's chunky.
Kulit to. Kulit to. Tingnan mo, kulit to.
Hope you're hungry.
Ang kulit ni Kikay. Oh. Oh. Kaya nga eh.
The egg
Nakakalimot
is
pa naman pag
nice
hindi
cooked
pinapansin.
in
Aray ko.
which gives it a beautiful jammy texture. And here, most people say it's a matter of preference whether you want something slightly undercooked to give you kind of really nice runny milk,
Kaya nga eh.
something that's really overly done and kind of very chocolate. But this thing is kind of like that
Kaya
perfect
nga. Pinagod mo lang sarili mo.
egg texture.
Tapos ano, balik niya alas 8. Ano ba yung